quickly and hand. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. I must tell Jesus. My burdens are low. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. What must I do when worldliness calls me? What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and He will help me over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus, I must tell Jesus, I cannot be. No, my burdens are low. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. When you have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, no. Just remember that God is standing by. Oh Lord, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, just remember that God is standing by. Sometimes when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. Oh, God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. No, no. When you have troubles, don't cry.
Oh yes, good afternoon to my listeners and viewers. Wednesday, yes, very bright day in Kingston. You know, yesterday and Monday, some heavy showers in the northern and western end of the island. Yes, man. Roads were blocked. I mean, the sea was so rough down there in the Grill and in Montego Bay, the Pier 1 restaurant closed. Yes. And interestingly, I saw the Prime Minister open that leg of the Southern Highway, Coastal Highway yesterday. But boy, I don't know why there was so much water on the road. I heard the mayor boycotted the event, saying that the infrastructure, the road is not ready. There are critical work left to be done. But let us see what happens. Yes, tomorrow is the big day, nomination day, man. And I know that all councillors and prospective councillors are working today. Yes, there was an incident in St. Thomas yesterday too, where prospective councillor Dean Jones, pulled his firearm during a dispute with PNP supporters. His lawyer is saying that his life was threatened. That's why he pulled his firearm. But there's a video, on social media which did not show that at all. It didn't show that. But let us have some discussion now about tomorrow's nomination day. Yes. And we have with us public commentator Lucius White. Mr. White, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes, sir. So tomorrow is the big day. After several, I think it's 7 years now, local government candidates are going to be nominated for the elections, which is going to be held on the 26th. What do you make of it so far?
Well, what I'm hoping for is that we will have a day free of the sort of incidents that occurred out in St. Thomas yesterday.
Yes.
Because a lot is at stake. And when things are like that, people tend to go the full limit and even beyond.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why the move by the government to not to have an ombudsman in place is very unfortunate, to put it mildly. And it is something which will eventually end up with the Electoral Commission being sidetracked from its primary function and is going to lose the respect and credibility that it has earned over the years. Now, as far as the local government situation is concerned,
yes,
there's got to be a change in overall policy in how local government is treated, not only with the election, because the election should be fixed by law rather than basically at the discretion of the Minister of Local Government. And considering the price or the salaries being paid to councillors, the situation where funds available to each parish council again is at the discretion of the Ministry of Local Government is not a system that can go on. So altogether there needs to be some serious policy and even constitutional things that has to be done shortly to actually terminate this undesirable practice that now prevails.
Yeah, and you made a point that councillors, their salaries went up significantly too, and therefore we want accountability. They must account to their constituents now.
Yes, but one of the dread thing is how the whole councils are funded.
Yes.
Because for whatever reasons, money may just not be available to whether the councillor or the council itself. And what seems to be happening is that they are used more as a political tool for particular purpose rather than for the interest of the people. And we cannot afford it. There was a time when councillors were basically, you can call them voluntary people because you're not talking no compensation, but no, it's a full-time, big paying job. And when you're paying people, one of the requirements, you must make the resources available to them so that they can do work, so that you can have something to measure and ensure that they are doing something for their money.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you expect?
It comes like how the government salary increases go all around the place in the government sector and capital budget cuts. So when you cut your capital budget and you have to pay increased salaries, all that does, is decrease the efficiency of the organization, because it means that you're spending more money to get less work done.
Well, one of the things that I expect the municipalities now, that they should now organize themselves and start to lobby for changes in how they are funded. So, for example, let us say the taxes paid per parish. I think the municipality have some say on how that money is expended right now. I think so, but probably what I think they should, if they don't, they should lobby for taxes paid in the parish. So the taxes paid in the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew or in Westmoreland or St. Ann, wherever, that money should be spent by the municipality to deal with the interests of the people, so to fix the roads, to deal with water supplies. I want to tell you something. I am watching this election because one of the things that I discovered, that in every parish in Jamaica, there's a water problem. And I expect the councillors to do something about that. So, yes?
David, I insist. Jamaica does not have a water problem, it has a water management problem.
Yes.
It's not because we don't have water in Jamaica where people don't have water available to them. It's all we manage water, and including adequate storage, water harvesting when rainfall, and ensuring that we design and recharge our aquifer, because we get enough rainfall, and most time the rain do damage rather than help because we do not control the water properly. And altogether, we suffer because of our ignorance and poor management. We cannot afford to have this thing going on. The population grow, but neither your water storage capacity is increased, nor do you put in situation where you can get more water from your aquifer. And you can get water from your aquifer, especially if you choose to recharge your aquifers. So altogether, what we have is a lack of water management, and it will continue to plague us as long as those who are in charge figure that the answer to our problem is to call for a prayer meeting when they don't see rain and the button whether 3 or 4 weeks. Because Jamaica must be the only place in the world where you have drought for an 8-week cycle. If rain don't fall in 8 weeks a year, so you have drought. And 5 minutes after you get rain, you hear that you have flood. So it is a water management problem.
Yes. Well, whatever the issue is, that I expect the councillors to be part of the solution.
I think it's going to go a little further than that, you know. As a matter of fact, what has to happen is this one way virtually have to go into the constitutions or the laws in how you allocate revenues garnered, like you were suggesting. The question is how much of the revenue is supposed to go into local operation and what is going to the consolidated fund. But what is happening is definitely not, it does not give enough predictability or even any form of independence for a municipality. Our parish council, as I would rather call them. Because if you don't have any control over how much you get and when you get it, you really not in any position to do anything sensible. Yeah. All happens that people find it as a convenient means of feeding them friends. Just take the matter of keeping your environment so garbage disposal. We do have a proper street cleaning situation, you know.
No, of course. We know that.
And this thing where you do things as a project, bushing as a project, this as a project. You must have people employed and they must do the work, and you can measure. You have almost all of the golf courses, trees growing then. You do have a system where you keep it clean and you can look and you can see when a crack and break, you can correct it. Nothing is done until you hear something fall down. You hear is that because people live on the gully bank. People live on the gully bank don't make the gully bank fall down. It fall down because something happened downstairs.
Yes.
And that happened downstairs because you don't do any form of maintenance, any form of repairs. And take to the sandy gully. Rather than keeping it clean, you clean it, and you allow seals to build up back until you have nowhere for the water to run, and then you flood out people, and then it becomes an act of God. It's not an act of God. It's poor management. And as a matter of fact, it's a deliberate conspiracy against the people, because you have the resources and you don't use it for the people. And you come up with an excuse, whether it's Christmas coming or some event is coming, and you give them the job to clean up. You must keep the place clean, and the resources are available for that.
Yes.
And we must demand that the system make the resources available, and demand that those who have the responsibility carry out their duties.
Mm-hmm.
But what is happening is systems are set up to give the appearance, but they don't set them up to function properly. And more it is set up to be corrupted, and you use cronyism and strategically place the people so that a few people and a whole heap of resources get rich in a manner that cannot be explained, and the people get poorer, and the standard of living continually being threatened, except for the goodness and grace of those who send remittances.
Yes. Well,
So
we expect these set of councillors to play a different role. And, again, we are talking, but it is the duty of the voter to make sure that he or she put their X where or for the person who they believe will offer better services to the communities. And in addition to that, they are the ones who are going to play a greater role in holding the councillors responsible, hold them accountable. They must account.
Well, one of the first things I would suggest is that every division should have an office for a councillor, so that you know where the councillor, where you can carry your grievance to. Because how often you hear from a lot of people don't even know the councillor.
True.
And you don't know where to contact them.
No.
And if you have to contact them, you have to contact them through a party structure. Whether you're MP or your councillor, they should have official offices where when them lose office, the success have come to the office. Like when you go to God knows, but that is where your business is done. But the system where you can't find your councillor, you don't know where, and everybody have an excuse. The truth is, the thing is that really structured for efficiency. And I keep on saying, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Yes,
and we have to be vigilant to demand performance accountability. Because a system that is operating in the absence of integrity, as corruption increases, a lesser proportion of your revenue goes towards your service, and a greater amount is lost into straight corruption.
Yes.
And this is facilitated where meritocracy gives way to cronyism. People are appointed by connections. rather than their capacity to do the job. All around the place, you'll check, and people will tell you that a job is advertised. They are doing the work, but they were not asked or are told to apply, and then somebody else is brought in, and the person who is brought in don't know anything, and they expect the person who is there and didn't get the job to train the person who come in with or without papers, but naturally with good connection. And these are the things that undermine the efficiency of institutions.
Yes.
But we, the people, have got to speak out loudly against it and demand greater accountability, not merely from the councillors, but from those who call themselves parliamentarians, who refuse to use the powers given to them in the Constitution and allow the executives to use them as rubber stamp. And I'm warning Jamaica, if we continue to allow what is happening to go on, it won't be long before what you know as your constitutional rights will become something of the past. Because overnight somebody going to go down to Parliament and read through some papers by themselves and tell you tomorrow that this is your new constitution and what you had wasn't working and this is what you now have. And then you have nowhere to go because they have already controlled the military and they are fast moving to ensure that military and paramilitary people control just about all the critical areas in the economy. And you get a situation where if you even want to protest, it's got to be very bloody. We can avoid all of this by ensuring that we vote with people who have respect for the Constitution. Because it is no secret that they have often told us that if you want security, you have to be prepared to have your constitutional rights abridged and abrogated. And always they abuse the state of emergency. And all of these things are really laying the foundation for a totalitarian regime. Maybe not too long from now, when all the blocks are aligned, and they are being aligned very fast. So if people know what is good for them, they ensure that there is a change of administration which have more respect for your Constitution, that don't try to pass laws in 24 hours without you, the people who are being affected, get any chance to be critical and make any input into the situation.
How do you think the local government election is going to go?
Say that again?
How do you think the local government election, who is going to win?
Well, I can tell you what I'm hoping for, but I don't know, because what is if you get in the kind of turnout that you got in the past and it's getting, it makes it a very easy way to buy back your power, even if people don't like you. Because it is votes that matter, and if people don't go to vote them out, they can buy them way in. So I wouldn't be surprised if this government has been very disastrous as far as accountability is concerned, rather than being kicked out, may well be comfortably in because they can buy the 21% are the portion of that to get them seats again.
Okay.
But you definitely need a change.
Yes.
Because the only way to let the corrupt know that their practice is not acceptable is to vote them out. If you do not vote them out, it means that you are happy with what is going on and you will get increased corruption, which leads to increased poverty and crime.
Okay, sir. Well, let us see what will happen as it on the 26th. Louis, the other thing that we over the last week we lost some prominent people, man. We lost Alan Magnus. We lost former Permanent Secretary Anthony Hirons.
Yes.
We lost former Appeal Court Judge Dennis Morrison. We lost family man Barrett of the Whalers Band. And we lost some members of the police force too.
Those people have made their mark, made their contribution, and Jamaica is poorer for their going. Unfortunately, I don't see the kind of rising star coming from the young, but there can be no vacuum in nature. And if people do not protect and move quickly so that people can really fill out the spaces that these people have vacated through Father time, we will be the poorer for it.
Yes. Well, want to thank you very much, Louis.
Blessings to you, my brother.
Yes, as usual, let us say to be continued. That was public commentator Lucius White. We were having a talk about the constitution, the local government elections. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest surface to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast. At Cool Away Service Station, island-wide.
Everybody sale at Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and ply, water tanks, pumps, pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and tiles, incense and grout, up to 20% off select items. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools! The Lion King of Art.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5-50 sales event at Home and Things is here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5-50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
My Redeemer, yeah. Yes, he lives forever, yeah. Who taught the sun where to stand in the morning? And who taught the ocean you can only come this far? And to show the moon where to hide till evening, whose words alone can catch a falling star. Well, I know my Redeemer lives, and I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify is risen and alive, and I know my Redeemer lives. The very same God that spin things in orbit runs to the weary, the warm and the weak. And the same gentle hands that hold me when I'm broken, they conquered after.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, let us go over to Westmoreland now and talk to Mr. Don Foot. Mr. Foot, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to you too.
Yes. And
What's up now?
I know you must be making preparation for your
tomorrow nomination.
Yes.
Please be brief with me, thank you. I'll appreciate that, sir.
Yes.
Tomorrow is nomination, and we'll be nominated at the electoral office at Rose Street in Savannah-Lamar. It's not Savannah, it's Savannah-Lamar.
Yes.
Yes, Westmoreland.
And you are
what I go on now, and I will be nominated as an independent candidate, and you'll have a PNP nominee and JLP. Now,
right. And this is for which division?
For Savannah-Lamar.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, the division in South Central, it's in the constituency of Savannah Central, right?
Yes.
But in South Central, you have South North and South by itself. Ask the electoral office why. Because you don't know about that, is how they have it on the thing. You have Savannah-Lamar, and you have South North. Then if you have North, you think you'd have South. Say no. Right? So that is the portion. I'll be for Savannah-Lamar itself, which take you down to the wharf, where the ship used to take up, come there from England and take back sugar to England from food. Mm-hmm. At the time, food was the biggest. It was a prime thing, where England got its sugar. Yes, I made a lot of money off of. They still owe some money. But that is apart. No. My main interest in the elections that is coming up, the local government elections, some people are asking me why I'm running. I'm running because Westmoreland is a special parish. And Westmoreland has been getting a beat in a negative way. I want to reverse it from the situation of tragedy to one of glory. The first Governor General was in Westmoreland, Clifford Campbell, from up in Grange. And the longest serving, winningest politician is P.J. Patterson from up in Darlington. As a matter of fact, he was the one that signed up paper for my being called to the bar. And if you remember, when I first entered politics, I ran against him. I don't think, that he's satisfied. He's saying that some people are obviously I shouldn't run against him because they're so close in the family. But that apart, we are people of principle. No, I want to, and I've been arguing that we should have fundamental constitutional reform in Jamaica. And what is happening here now is what is being proposed is really tinkering around with the provisions of the Constitution. No serious fundamental change. And I'll be asking for fundamental change. I'll be going to the people to get some authority, power, mandate, to properly ask for an advocate fundamental constitutional change from the English system to a hybrid system between the English and the American system. We are so close to America. I'll be advocating to decentralize, as it is now, the Kingston politics from Parliament up there. You still have a Parliament, but decentralize some power and empower the parishes. And I want to use Westmoreland. I'll be running an experiment with Westmoreland. And I'm asking for a directly elected mayor. I'm interested in becoming the mayor. So my contest is in this, is that I want to become the mayor. I've been asking and advocating, speaking with the gentleman who was instrumental to bringing in the directly elected mayorship in Portmore, that MP there. And, very good friend. And but we want to do something like that. But bigger and better for the whole parish. We want to have a mayor for the parish. I must be a powerful mayor. Powerful mayor who's supposed to unveil and expose corruption and stamp out corruption. So you're going to have to stamping out corruption. And I've started already. And you're going to hear me tomorrow after nomination. You better call me and record it to play it on Friday. Because I've been making some statements and some serious problems with the system of justice in Jamaica. And I have 2 cases going to the Privy Council. You need to talk to Mr. Lays because we can't lose those cases going to the Privy Council. Because we cannot get any justice here. Right?
Yes.
For example, I've been trying a judge in Kingston for over 2 years. And they don't want to make it be known. They say it is embarrassing, the profession. And Mr. Lays and I have filed an appeal in the Court of Appeal, and I'm going to extend the grounds of appeal, alleging, proven, boy, I tell you, it touched my heart to say it, fraud. Right?
Yes.
And after I'm nominated, I'm going to give an ultimatum within 5 days. If not, I'm going to further sue the judge on that because she issued a warrant and fraudulently misrepresented on the warrant that I was served to come to court when I was not served.
Okay.
I was at a meeting with the governor. I was at a swearing-in ceremony with the Governor General, swearing-in Justice Sykes. 97 judges strike in the year 2019, and I am the only man who told them that that was wrong. 2 weeks after that, Frank Fitz agreed with me. And all of the lawyers and so on and so forth know it is wrong, but they're not doing anything. As I have to about it, right? Because as I've indicated to you, I am the leader of the abolitionist movement. Ross Ivy, on another occasion, is second and deputy to me. And we have signed off on our mission statement, which is, Jamaica is good and nice and so on and so forth. Save and accept wickedness which exists and persists as a reality to be navigated.
Yes.
And wickedness persists because good men are afraid of doing what is right.
Yeah.
We are not afraid.
But let me ask you, the division in which you are contesting as an independent candidate. What are some of the needs in that division?
The biggest thing is employment, and there are some criminal crime. You have the position of crime, but crime, as I've indicated to you,
yes,
is a spin-off from the system of justice. That's the root cause, because people are not satisfied and lack hope in the system of justice. In Jamaica, and I'll give you examples. I am the one that challenged the abuse of the state of emergency. I managed to get my clients released and further challenge them and have matters in court right now. And as a matter of fact, they transferred the superintendent of police from down here to Kingston after I challenged and sued the suit.
Yes.
You understand? We went already and tell there's a lot of corruption is happening here, man. And we, I'm not mincing words at all.
So you said crime and unemployment are two of the major issues.
Those are the two main things. And the criminal thing goes back to the whether or not you have trust in the system of justice down here. You're not satisfied, so people taking the law into their own hands.
Yes.
That is what is happening.
How do you plan, if elected, how do you plan to address those issues?
Set up a fair system of justice. I want to unfold and to the public certain secret wrongdoings that are taking place, with the possibility of sanctioning those that are involved in it and exposing it. People need to know that criminal justice system will work for them if they go to it. That is happening. They don't see it working, and then rather than operating to help and protect the people, it is operating and creating injustice and unfairness against the people, which is the opposite. And I'm in the law, deep in the law for years now, and I'm known for that. And that is why I want to be the mayor, a powerful mayor. You understand? Directly elected by the people that give me a mandate to do this. You understand?
Yes.
Everybody down here know me and know that I don't put up with nonsense from nobody. And I want to be a mayor down here with that startup to teach other persons who are in position that you must be fearless when you're tackling problems that affect the rights and so on of people, and demonstrate that they are doing justice and function with a conscience. I want to tell you something. Some years ago, they introduced, who was it now? You know, the three of them is now this. You're in circuit, you know, the circuit court just go around the country. I have circuit in the various parishes. And I can't remember what year, but Ranty Langwin, Queen's Counsel, High Court judge, was at the time presiding over the circuit court in Savannah. And the custos at the time was a gentleman called Jim Thompson. His son is a lawyer too, and a notary public, and the big priest that died last year for Harford Court there. Right? And he was a custos. And he introduced a thing of prayer during the opening of circuit. Everybody had to stand up during the opening of circuit. And he prayed. And since that, we have been having circuit opening with prayer. And I remember Langren said of blessed memory now, that is the first time ever saying anything like that, and I hope it continues, and it is continuing up to this day. I'm speaking about 30 years or more. You know, next time I give you the specifics. We are a God-fearing country. People naturally believe in something superior than us. And they believe in fairness. And when the system not producing that for them or to them, you know, it causes all sorts of problems. But they got to try and now and take the law into their own hands, and it doesn't help.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't help at all. So that is what I would be tackling to create a...
In Westmoreland, you know that, Mr. Foot, you know that Westmoreland last year had the record for the number of murders committed in Jamaica.
And you know, I'm glad you tell me that, because I'll be campaigning on that.
Yes.
I'm glad you tell me that. It's terrible.
It's terrible. And
terrible. I'm glad you tell me that. And I am here, and I want to bring you up because Mr. Lays, you know, it took me 2.5 years. If Lays never come and help me, we would not be able to get from the justice system fraudulent documents executed. You understand that creates some injustice to somebody of importance down here. right? And we're going to make much of that. We're going to expose that to the public. They're hiding it and covering it up.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So why not? So on the bigger thing now, in terms of the system, the legal system, we want to have something a sort of quasi-federation, like to decentralize and empower. Decentralize government and authority from Kingston and empower the parishes. And let the parishes be run with a powerful mayor directly elected, a powerful governor as well, accountable now to Kingston. We can keep all those other things, I don't see we're having a problem. We would have and also ultimately, we would have a president that is directly elected, like the one you have in America, which is powerful and have even bigger power. So on and so forth. We could copy America in that sense and tweak it to our own local situation and reality. That would be fundamental constitutional thing.
Okay.
And the day-to-day running by the mayor down here and the governor.
You said a governor. What you want to appoint a governor of Westmoreland?
But that's like how you have in America. You have Florida run by governor and all the states, and you have various and you have mayors. Those are offices, that run the particular state.
Yes.
You understand? But even to simplify it a little further, that's like how you have it, and they come together up top in Congress, and you call them what? The United States of America. Something similar would be like the United Parishes of Jamaica. But the parishes would have its own power and authority and jurisdiction. As it is now, you have jurisdiction.
So what would you do? So would we continue to, under your system, the system that you are, would we continue to elect members of parliament?
Yeah, man, that could happen. That is left for debate, no problem. Because if you take it generally, some people would argue, yes, we have too much MPs. Why not cut it down to the 14 person and you have 14 MPs? As well as you don't have to abolish all of that. You can keep all of them. Each parish, whatever amount of constituency you have, you still have it there. But the jurisdiction and so on of the parish would be extended beyond the criminal jurisdiction. If they say you commit a murder, you have to try in Westmoreland rather than over in Hanover unless you get special permission.
No, if it was committed in Westmoreland?
Yes, if it is committed, it has to be tried here. Any crime, it has the criminal law has, and the civil law too as well, has parish jurisdictional limitation, right? And then the bigger one has a certain amount it goes to Kingston, or you make special application. Right? I'll say we should make the Constitution reflect that in a bigger sense, and then you make it something sort of. You look at the federal or the federation work. You can look at those and compare it and bring something similar to Jamaica. You can compare what you have in America to what you have in Canada, which is a sort of federation, and Australia as well. And maybe we should look closer at Australia because kangaroo come from Australia, and we have a concept out here now. We have kangaroo court, as I told you. There's a kangaroo court warrant that Liz and I have in the Supreme Court. They want to quash, right? Yes. To be discussed with you, a kangaroo court warrant. Not taking back anything on that. I don't know what a kangaroo court is, and I want the warrant comes from the kangaroo court.
Yes. Okay.
So, well, that is it, my friend. I wanted to keep in touch. I'm going to be nominated tomorrow.
Yes.
You need, as it is, for the local government election, 6 persons nominate you, and then you go a campaign. Try and get your vote in on the 26th. Okay. I have to use this system because that is what exists. If I want to be mayor, I have to run out and I have to get into the parish council here and then get elected here. But that is what is in my head, to be mayor.
Well, okay.
I am mayor unless I have to go under the old system because the new system don't come in yet. And when I get there now, I change it. I'll be advocating for change.
Yes.
Right? And I've been speaking to Delford Morgan, former mayor down here. And he said that Putti has been arguing as well, for a directly elected mayor from a long time. You know, but Portmore beat him on that. He was mayor for a term down here. Remember?
Okay, yes.
The lawyer.
Well, I'm going to allow you now to go and make yourself ready for our nomination tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot to you too. As well as keep up the good work and informing the people as to what's taking place in the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Don Foot. And, you know, he's a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, but he is contesting tomorrow's election as an independent candidate. Yes. And you heard him that he want to advocate for, he want to run as a mayor for SAV. Yes. That's what he want. He want to have changes. Well, let us see what happened. Let us see in the independence, the history of elections in Jamaica. Independents don't normally do well. But let us see what happened tomorrow and see whether or not he is going to emerge as a winner. Let us see. You know, there was a news item where two prominent Rastafarian organizations are demanding that the government recognize their exemption under the Dangerous Drugs Act and fully protect their rights to the sacramental use of ganja. Apparently, one senior Rasta elder, yes, Charles Rasnigos Lagi, he was charged with possession of approximately 2 pounds of ganja found within his sacramental space in Montego Bay. The Rastafarians are saying, but no, the law was amended, giving them permission to use ganja as a sacrament at their places of worship. But they say they are still being subject to searches and arrest. Yes, I am planning to have a discussion with them, with some members of that group. Yes, because we want to find out exactly what is happening to those brethren. We can't allow, you know, if their rights are being abused, then no, that's not right at all. Oh my, how can I forget this, that yesterday, February 6th, yes, was a birthday. I think it would have been the 79th birthday of Robert Nesta Marley. Yes. How could I forget that? Yes. Yesterday was Marley's birthday. And, you know, they shot a film, Bob Marley film on the great reggae legend was opened when it was now. I think it was last week, yes, in Kingston. Yeah. So this is, as I say, something great about the reggae legend, you know, Bob Marley. And one member of that great band, yeah, Aston family man Barrett, was the leading bass player in the Wailers band. Yes, he died. He died this week No, last week. Yes. And boy, we continue to lose the legends. It is something that, we just can't. We just don't. It's just a pity that we have to lose those members of our society because they are irreplaceable. Yes. Yes, irreplaceable. Well, coming up later today at 4. Yeah. Today is when we are going to be talking about food security. Yes, at 4 today. Yes, and we want to look at where we are going or what are some of the plans to increase production, to ensure that we continue to improve on our condition to feed ourselves. Yes, and also to look at how we can produce enough food so we can earn some foreign exchange. Yes, coming up at 4. Yes, we'll see that. We'll talk about that. The other bit of news was that yesterday the government used its majority to push through that unpopular decision to put the office of the political ombudsman to tie it up with the Electoral Advisory Commission. A lot of people feel that that is not a good idea at all, because we know that the Electoral Advisory Commission has a reputation since it was formed. Yes, it has built up confidence, it has reversed malpractices in our electoral system. And it has a record where its services have been called upon by other countries. Yes, they have called on Jamaica to lend the services of the Electoral Commission to look at their electoral system. And we don't want the reputation of the electoral system to be maligned. The political ombudsman office, we don't think, a lot of people, including Rebel Radio, don't believe that it should be located. In other words, its role and responsibilities should not fall under the Electoral Advisory Commission. No, we don't think so at all. But the government yesterday used its majority in the parliament to push through that law. And it is now under the management supervision of the Electoral Advisory Committee. No, the government has used its majority to do some things that we don't believe that they are right. And what we expect that they should be using their majority to deal with the corruption in the country. But they have not done that. Okay, let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
service station are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. Cleanest restaurants and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and stuff fast. Cool Oasis service station island-wide.
Everybody sale at budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, dress and form line, water tanks, pumps, PVC and fittings, toilets, tubs, vanities and basins, windows, doors, and tiles, inside and up to 12% off selected items. 195 Road, telephone 923-4560. Budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said you fit stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5 off 50 sales event at Home and Things is here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5 off 50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
We are going to be talking some local government politics now. And we have with us the chairperson of the People's National Party, Mrs. Angela Brown Burke. Chairman, are you there?
I'm with you. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to your listeners.
Yes. Well, I know that the party is now in full gear preparing for the 26th, which is a big showdown. Tomorrow is nomination day.
That's correct.
Right. So could you just tell my listeners and viewers what is happening? What is the party
in terms of what is happening now?
Yes.
You are correct that many of our candidates will be preparing for nomination day tomorrow. That is when they go to nominate to make sure they're on the ballot as they present themselves to the people in their divisions and their communities to represent them at the municipal corporation across the island. We go to the polls on the 26th of February. I want to remind Jamaicans that it is not a little election. This is an election, and it's not an election for delegates. It's an election for every single Jamaican who has an interest in ensuring that we have good governance at all levels, that we have persons in place who believe in people, who understand their role as leaders, as advocates, as change agents, and as representatives for the people as they engage and develop and work with people for the betterment of their community.
Right. This is a big election. Big, because the other thing, Mrs. Burke, is that it's about 7 or 8 years now we have had no local government elections. So this is a big test.
It absolutely is. In fact, the last time we had elections was in 2016.
Yes.
And many persons will remember that at that time, the People's National Party government placed before Parliament a law, that 3 strategic laws to be exact, to ensure that local government would not be treated in this way, to ensure that we would have regularly held elections to preserve the democracy, to give individuals an opportunity to make sure that those persons who are serving at the local level are renewed. It is every 4 years that they are held accountable, and this is one way to do it. The first time we had a chance, therefore, to test the strength of local government, to ensure that what we agreed, all of us in Parliament, to protect the role of local government was in 2020 when it was due. And of course, we would know that what happened since 2020 is that the elections have been postponed and postponed and postponed until here we are now.
Yes. But tell me something, Dr. Burke. You don't think, what is your take on fixed election dates? And that is for both general and local.
I am one of those who I would prefer a fixed election date. I know that for the general and even for the local, how we have done it, is that it is due at a particular time and you have a little flexibility. And the flexibility was 90 days, which I thought was reasonable because a number of things could happen that would allow those who are in government to make use of that, whether it is a little emergency or your funds not there in time, or just something that gives you a little space around which to work. What I believe is absolutely unforgivable is this notion that you call it when you believe you will win. I don't believe that's how we do governance. One of the ways of holding those of us in authority responsible is to know that, listen, you have a 5-year term, you have a 4-year term. At the end of 4 years, give or take a couple of days, you will be asked to account on your stewardship. And I believe we owe the people of Jamaica that.
Yes. So I can imagine that that would be one of the items on the PNP agenda if it forms the next government.
Oh, definitely. In terms of just making sure that we stick to the dates when elections are due, that is one. The other also, quite frankly, is around making sure that we are transparent and accountable in what we do as well. So if there's a reason, and there's a good reason for a change to be made, the people will be part and parcel of that discussion so that they understand what is happening. Certainly what has happened now is totally unforgivable. What will also be part of our agenda in terms of local government is to make sure that all of our councillors understand their responsibility to be an inclusive government, to be, as I said, transparent and open, because I believe that is what is surely lacking. You have your regular meetings with your communities, and the organizations that represent them around their roads, water, light, how we keep our communities safe. These are discussions that people want to be involved in because this is what affects their everyday life. We say water is life. So if you have communities without water, that is a big deal. And we have to have the conversation with persons so that they are aware of what is being done. so that if they look around and believe that what we're saying to them doesn't make sense, by now they should have water, by now their internal roads should be fixed, by now their community should be clean, that they can say so, and in saying so they know that whether jump high, jump low, at the end of 4 years, we will be holding you to account for these things that you have or have not done.
Mm-hmm. Of course, certainly. And the one of the existing systems, as you know, that the local government system in Jamaica, is not treated properly. For example, the councillors are not accountable, and therefore I think that something will have to be done, especially now that councillors are being paid.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. The truth is that in the 3 strategic laws that were passed, there is actually provisions to hold them more accountable than they have been over the last 8 years or so. Yes. And I say that because it is there. I spoke first of all about your community meetings, your town hall meetings. Yes, it also asks for the municipality to bring together agencies and residents to discuss, for example, their budget, their plans, their development plans. Yeah, and I think that those are some of the things that we have to ensure work. And then we have had some, I was going to say good practice. I know not everybody practices it, but certainly for central government, we have come to expect that for more persons, which is about the reporting on the money that government gives you, how it is spent. Before it is spent, having the discussion that you decide on how it is to be spent. So it is not the council sitting in an ivory tower that decides what is to be spent, but that there is some kind of a consultative process that allows members of the community to identify some of their priorities and to influence how money is spent. And when that is done, I also believe that a report, even once a year, twice a year, would be appropriate so that individuals are clear on how their taxpayers' dollars are being spent.
Yes, you were at one time mayor and a councillor, of course, so you are versed with the local government system. Now, yes. for example, how funds are provided is another issue. There are some suggestions when I talk to people that if for example, the taxes collected in the for the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew should be spent, allocated to the municipality. I think. What is the current situation now? Is that the taxes collected, is it allocated to the municipalities in each parish?
Well, what really happens is that the tax is collected in a parish. Yes. In particular, like your motor vehicle licenses and so on. There is a way in which they are allocated. The majority of it is spent in the municipality, and then there's a portion that would go to what we call the parochial revenue fund. Okay. You have to be careful with that because Kingston and St. Andrew, for example, is a place that people from all over the country come through. And often you will find that people may come into Kingston to do business and they actually pay their motor vehicle licenses and their property taxes in Kingston, even though the properties are not in Kingston. Okay. Because you could basically pay it everywhere. Yeah. So part of what the government had done back then, I think it was Prime Minister Patterson at the time, was to look at a way to collect the funds, but in 60% of it is spent in the municipality, but a portion goes to a fund, yes, the Equalization Fund. It has an actual board that should be managing that. So it is not the decision of the minister alone in terms of how it is spent. Now, that portion was meant for the smaller municipalities, for example, to be able to get funds to make some of the things that they wanted to do, and that everything went to the big cities, so to speak. I know that persons have been complaining that they don't know how those funds are really being spent and how they are allocated to the various municipalities, and that indeed for funds coming from the Equalization Fund, that seems to be the minister who is making the decision, and they have been claiming that even when they do a resolution and send that in, that it is not always honored. So that is something that we have to look at and we have to change. I think what is required is a proper board that runs it, if we are going to continue there, and certainly some kind of a report on a regular basis that allows Jamaicans to see how it is being allocated, so that they can judge for themselves that it is going well or it isn't going well, or that it seems to be skewed in some way, shape, or form. But certainly greater transparency is required and accountability around those funds. Also, we would need to do, I think, more can be done also for own source revenue. The counties have done exceptionally well, I must say that. I remember when I was living in 2016, we had increased the intake from property taxes significantly, and we had also, in terms of for your licenses and fees, for businesses and so on, we had increased those as well. And these are some of what we call own source revenue that we use to do activities and programs in the municipality. I think what also needs to happen is that people need to know, when we collect their money, how it is being spent. And we haven't been doing enough of that. And that's certainly the commitment that the People's National Party would want to do.
Yes, of course. One of the things we know that traditionally voter turnout at local government election has been low. Now, what has the PNP done, if anything, to improve on that, and also to encourage, influence those votes, and I'm talking about PNP voters now, who did not vote in the last election? What has been done to get them to come out on the 26th?
So we've done a couple of things. We have been engaging our members and our supporters. We are just engaging about what the party is doing. We have been having discussions about who we are as a party, what are our core values, and making that recommitment so that people understand that when we come up with policies and programs, they are underpinned by our core beliefs, which is about equity and equality. It is about inclusiveness. It's about one Jamaica. It is about making sure that all Jamaicans feel like this is their like a piece of the rock. And that for us is a fundamental principle. So we've been doing that. And once we start doing that, you know that we also now go beyond just our members and our supporters. Because the PNP has always been a national movement. And we are committed to being that. And what do I mean by that? It means that yes, there are some philosophies and principles that guide us, but we really are about bringing all of Jamaica, that melting pot that makes up Jamaica, on the same agenda. And that is what we have fought to do. We believe that there are some major issues facing us: crime and violence, the lack of good governance, the issue of corruption, the lack of transparency, yes, the lack of accountability. And we believe that in 2024, this nation of Jamaica requires a government that can make sure that those things I've just called are things of the past, that we can see good governance, we can see an accountable government, one that is transparent, one that is inclusive, one that will listen to the voice of its people and don't try to cover them and bully them with what we call government badness. Yes, we think that these are important principles of governance And then now you get to the real bread and butter issues of how we make sure that this more inclusive society has a place for everyone to thrive, not just to struggle, but to thrive. We want to make sure where we're looking around and seeing a growing working poor, we want to be able to change that and provide opportunities for individuals to thrive at home. And that begins by spending their tax dollars where it should and making sure it's not siphoned off, it doesn't go into anybody's pocket, but it is spent on the people.
Yes. So, I don't know if let me ask it. The PNP is confident of victory on Thursday, on the 26th?
On the 26th. We are confident of victory on the 26th, but we take absolutely nothing for granted. We ask every patriotic Jamaican who wants to see good government prevail to come out and vote for the People's National Party. And we will be continuing our campaign on the ground, talking with persons, encouraging them to encourage everyone they know to come out and vote so that we can be assured of that victory.
Okay, yes. And, suppose it goes the other way, Mrs. Brownberg. But,
you ever watch these movies and they say, God forbid? Well, I said that to you today, God forbid. Yes. Believe you, we have been doing the work. We are also buoyed by what we have, the feedback we've been getting from Jamaicans, wide and far, whether they are committed comrades, true patriots, just Jamaicans seeking to keep their heads above water. They're asking for a better way. They are saying that time come for a different way of doing things. One where we feel like we are in a real country with honest government, accountable government, and where we feel we can be safe. We have made common cause with them because it is the reality of most of our Jamaican people. And what we have been saying to them is that this government is committed to building an inclusive Jamaica, to ensuring that the major issues, right, that have set us on this path, that we begin to turn a corner, that we begin to have a safe and secure country, communities, that our children, regardless of where they come from, can be assured that they can get an education that allows them to be the best they can be. These are important things, and we know that more Jamaicans are with us wanting that than those who don't care who is doing it. And for those who turn a blind eye to all of the corruption that has been taking place, and to the precarious nature and feel in our communities. And so on the basis of that, we are moving forward confidently for the 26th of February.
You know, you're a parliamentarian, so you know there are two things that, well, more than two, but why is it we're not hearing from the opposition some more on this decision by the Speaker to hold up the presentation of reports from the Integrity Commission? What happened to that report from was it late yesterday?
One was another one that we're talking about. I suspect you're talking about the illicit fix. Honestly, we have done and said everything that we can, and we will continue to do it. How the Parliament works is that you can ask questions, and almost every week, I know Julian has been getting up and asking, and from time to time, others of us ask the questions as well about where those reports are. The government put in a new system in the Parliament in terms of a mic system, and part of that is really to muzzle and gag the opposition. And what happens therefore is that if you stand to ask a question and they don't really want the question to be, they just don't turn on your mic. So people don't even hear that you're speaking, even though you might be speaking in Parliament. And I believe that they brought that in place because they want to gag and muzzle us. We will not be muzzled, so we will continue to speak. We have used our platforms, campaign platforms for now. We have used the meetings we have had, the discussions we are having, wherever we are having them, to raise it, because we do believe it is an important issue. You cannot have 6 individuals in Parliament who are being charged for illicit enrichment, and the country can't know who they are. You don't know what positions they are occupying in government or in the Parliament itself. You know, there are discussions that we're having around even the Integrity Commission itself. You don't know if the members who are sitting on that committee are individuals who are named. You don't know individuals who are parading themselves as persons of virtue and of good standing in terms of ministries and where else. You don't know who.
Yes.
But these are, and I believe it is bad for the country. It is bad for governance, and it is bad for all of us as parliamentarians. And I cannot understand for the life of me why some people would not understand that it is more important for people to know who those are and for the case to proceed than to try and preserve the reputation of a few, because we don't want the people to know. Because you probably want it to be settled in private. I don't think that's how it should be done.
No, not at all.
If it is that your name is called and you are not guilty, come out and say so. And say why you don't agree with it. And ask for it to be dealt with speedily so that your name can be cleared.
But tell me
that's
something.
How we do it.
Tell me something, Mrs. Berg. Mrs. Brown. Those 6. Is it the case that the Integrity Commission would inform them that they are being...
From what I understand by now, they would know, because these are individuals that the Integrity Commission would have asked several questions, asked for documentation. They would not have been satisfied, and they've come back and they have asked. And from everything that we have heard, they would all know that they are being at least investigated in the first place, to the point now where they are, those matters are not settled, and there is the charge for illicit enrichment. They would know.
Yeah. But you know something that has gone wrong, and I don't know how the opposition or what the opposition could have done. But you have 3 arms of government. You have the Parliament, you have the executive, and you have the judiciary.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister is in charge of the executive, and his wife is in charge of the Parliament. No.
Can I tell you, the rules don't specifically lay out anything that would prevent it, but you are correct. That in any self-respecting country and strong democracy, that would not be allowed to happen. I do believe that we might... Because, we were part of just agreeing as the custom allows for whomever that side appoints as speaker. But I believe it was wrong. And I believe it is something that, just looking at it, that all of us in Parliament should be ashamed that is really where we are.
Because I know that whatever reports are submitted by the Integrity Commission, which the Speaker is keeping away from the House, her husband know about it, because a wife and this is a wife and husband relationship, right?
There are few Jamaicans who will convince that you are not correct.
Right.
The majority of Jamaicans would agree with you.
Right. So this is something that is totally. Let us take a break, Mrs. Brownberg. Just
okay.
Yes, this is Rebel Radio. Well, let us take a break.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. from the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Away Service Station island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and fly, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and walls, insets and room. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 93-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools! The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fit stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5 off 50 sales event at Home and Things is here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5 off 50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
To Rebel Radio, and we are talking to Chairman of the People's National Party. This is Angela Brown Burke. So, Mrs. Burke, you have. What are your final comments?
You know, my final comments would really be to thank Jamaicans for the support that they have been giving us, for the encouragement, and for all of those who from time to time send us messages, stop us on the road, to tell us what they think of what we're doing and what they believe we should be doing and saying in terms of protecting Jamaica from what is happening currently. And to say to them that we are committed as a party in government to ensure that their faith is not misplaced, to ensure that we are accountable, we are transparent, that there is no corruption, and wherever that is, that it will be punished, and persons will see and be able to believe in us. We also know that there are some big issues, security. Safety and security is one of those. Education, healthcare. We know that these are important priorities for Jamaicans, and we want to have an honest conversation about how we can do things differently, how we can make sure that those who are serving you understand that they are there to protect and serve you and not to look out for themselves.
Okay. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And as we say at Rebel Radio, to be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that was Chairman of the People's National Party, Mrs. Angela Brown Burke. You know, and we were talking about the political situation. You heard her that the party is expected to win on the 26th. Yes, so let's see what is going to happen. Yes, and boy, there's so much at stake, as she said. This is a big election because a lot of people are expected to many things out of this election. I know that the JLP is fighting to win, is going in to win. Because if they should lose this election, then historically, if you lose the party in power, lose that local government election. This local government election is seen as a test, it's a test. Yes, it's a test. We are going to try and get hold of some Rastafarian elders now to talk about this situation with the arrest and conviction of an elder for ganja that you were using as sacrament. Let us take a break. We'll be back shortly.
All of my trials, I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. Loves and cares for his own. I must Jesus. I must Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens are low. Can help me, only Jesus alone. I must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask Him, He will deliver. Make all my troubles quickly and hand. I must Jesus. I must Jesus. I cannot be. I must tell Jesus. My burdens are low. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. What must I do when loneliness calls me. What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and He will help me. Over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus, I must tell Jesus, I cannot breathe. No, my burdens are low. I must tell Jesus, I must tell Jesus, Jesus can help me. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. When you have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, no. Just remember that God is standing by. Hold on, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, just remember that God is standing by. Sometimes when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. Oh, God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. No, no. When you have troubles, don't cry. Oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. When you come running over, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So test, God will take care of you. Lean everyone upon the Lord, and He will take care of you. Mercy, God will take care of you through every day. be there all time. Give us strength that we might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So we won't ask, where do we go from? Lead me.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we know we are going to be in today's paper. There was a report from the Rastafarians complaining about the arrest of one of their brethren for possession of ganja. And you know, they represent the Dangerous Drugs Act was amended to accommodate Rastas to use ganja as sacrament in their places of worship. We have with us one Rastafarian elder with us, Prophet. Good evening, Prophet. Hello? I don't know what happened there a while ago. Yes, Prophet, are you there?
Yeah, it got cut off a while ago. Am I live now?
Yes, you are live now. So, what is you are from which one of the organization?
Okay, I believe the protest is going to be from the RMO and Raga Rastafari Mansion and organization and Raga. Though I represent the EDAMAC, which is the Ethio Africa Diaspora Union Millennium Council as a director and general secretary.
Yes.
So we also have concerns in regards to the law, because I myself has been a former board of director to the Cannabis Licensing Authority from its inception and only up until 2019. But the law specifically that addresses sacrament is under the portfolio of the Minister of Justice. And there are several flaws within the law. One fundamental flaw is that the law speaks to sacrament, but within Rastafari, the ancients and the priests that sanctifies it to become a sacrament is not recognized within the law. There's a sort of distancing where the fundamentals of the Rastafari community is not really so much inserted. And the law itself does not go into the depth of even having anything outlined where you can define any form of commercial viability under the sacramental provision. And that is also another concern where the community is lodging. These are things that has been on the table from the first inception, meaning from the first governmental settings before even the changeover. Now that there's a new settings, the advisory committee or the council that was set up by the former minister is no longer available to give any form of instructions and guidance. So what recently has developed now is also placing a vague situation with the gazetting of permits where sacramental cultivation can happen. Subsequent to that, we have written to the Honourable Minister to seek clarity in what does this mean, because without this informed positioning coming from the Minister himself, we really could not outline an informed positioning where that recent update of the law is concerned. So these are the concerns that we do have, and we, subsequent to that, we had presented an outline that the sacramental provision should not really separate itself from an indigenous rights portfolio, which the government had introduced under AD program.
So tell me something. If the elders are using ganja inside the church now as a sacrament, can they be arrested?
In
in the sense of where the provision of the law allows you to be using it within a specific space.
Yes.
That is not the case. I think the situation arises is when you are found in transmitting the ganja without any form of permit coming from the Honorable Minister of Justice. There are designated licenses and permits. Well, let's put it this way. There were licenses now previously on the books where you can cultivate, where you can have a permit, a license for worship space, and also exempted event. These are the three licenses that are outlined within the Minister of Justice portfolio in administering the law. Subsequent to the gazetting that now allows cultivation, because the only issued permit that was up to date was actually exempted events. And even at exempted events, the description of how ganja is to be used has to be outlined even from the Honorable Minister himself.
Yes.
So there's a lot of control mechanism in place when it comes to the sacramental portfolio in the usage of ganja.
Yes.
So any form of activity of moving to from the cultivation to an event will have to have a permit, and obviously the permit has to cover the event as well.
Yeah.
Now that cultivation has come to the fray, where it is a recent gazetted positioning, we have yet to understand the full depth of what this really means, and unfortunately, because we have not gotten the opportunity to meet with the Honorable Minister, because we had put in a proposed letter from December of last year without having a response, but to speak from an informed position where the gazetting is concerned, we are still unable to do such.
I tell you what, Prophet, let us continue this discussion on Friday. I would want to, I'm going to call you back for us to organize a team from your members, and then we have a full discussion on it on Friday. I have to take a break right now, so on Friday, we'll talk before Friday, but let us continue on Friday. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay.
No problem.
Yes, that was Rastafarian Prophet, and we're going to continue this discussion about the situation with the Rastafarian and the use of ganja. Yes, on Friday. Well, let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
Oasis service stations, fastest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No pain. From the fastest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshment, lowest prices. Cleanest restaurants, and the smoothest service. Your drive cooler. From the fastest service stations. Get cool service and off fast. At Cool Oasis service station island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Digitalize. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and formula, water tanks, pumps, pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, and tiles, incense and grout. Up to 20% off select items. 195 Telephone 93-4560. New Digitalize. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools! The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details. Time for food security. Yes, this is the time of the day when we talk about our food security, what we are doing to ensure that we are able to feed ourselves. One of us agricultural scientist, Dr. George Grant, and Mr. Owen Scarlett, the acting CEO of the Agricultural Investment Corporation. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Grant, Mr. Scarlett, as they say traditionally, Happy New Year.
Thank you, man.
Yes. Let us start. Dr. Grant, let me start with you. When you look at your radar, what are you seeing for agriculture this year? Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Yes. I am saying, when you look at your radar, what do you see for agriculture this year? What is the prospect for agriculture this year?
Well, as far as I can see, the prospect still remains not necessarily very small, but we are not making the progress we ought to be making with reference to food security.
Yes.
Right? I do not see the overwhelming effort, both from the private sector and government, to ensure that Jamaica's national food security is on the right track.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mr. Scarlett, you have a central role, and you are at a very central area in the agricultural sector. What do you see this year?
All right. For this calendar year, we call it our financial year 24-25 going forward.
Yes.
And based on the ministry strategy plan, along with the ministry, we have done some deep dive into different agencies that can push our culture forward. So we have Agro Investment Corporation that's supposed to bring in more investment into the sector. Mm-hmm. We have the Rural Agriculture development authority, where we're going to look at the production incentive program. We have the National Irrigation Commission, which is currently working testing on 3 large irrigation projects to bring water into the sector. We are also looking at the livestock industry, which is very critical going forward. The fishery sector is very critical going forward. And of course, research and development is critical. So we are doing some work in that area. And we are also looking at soil health and fertility going forward. And of course, our flagship program, the agri-park and production doing, is critical for production going forward. So some of those of the mandate and program leading forward for the ministry.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You mentioned something about livestock a while ago. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I was talking to the livestock people. For example, I saw where the government imported 1,000 goats, and that to improve our stock. And they are trying to encourage the rearing of goats as an investment. That is sorry. From where you sit, what do you see, or what you think is, what is needed to propel the growth and development of our livestock industry?
Yeah, as you have hit the nail on the head. The genetic material is critical to build out any industry. You know that you have to have some level of capital to build out your housing infrastructure, maintain your feed and so forth. So we are looking at our comprehensive program to develop. For example, in the Clownang region, where we have the Rhinesbury area, where they do a lot of small ruminant goat and sheep, where we can expand that program within that region. And of course, you have to build the skill set and the technical know-how how to basically enhance the industry in that year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, for both of you, one of the shortcomings in agriculture is a lack of investment. The farmers are complaining access to capital, both big and large farmers. Access to capital for agriculture is limited, and also they are talking about the requirements, land, access to land. Farmers are saying the terms that they are getting land to lease from the state is not conducive to good agriculture. Dr. Grant, what do you think are some of the things that we can do to attract investment in agriculture so as to make it, be a bigger producing arm of the economy?
Yes, you're right. You're right, Desmond. You made mention of one of the most vital factors: the access to land and access to reasonably low credit for farmers. Farmers cannot perform if they do not have access to land and credit. The agri-parks that Mr. Starr referred to, I want to see the agri-park move to another level there ought to be, we have sufficient land space, government-owned lands, and either private lands that can be made accessible to farmers, right? I would like to see the park dedicated to, like, say, for example, food production, vegetable production, and livestock park, right? Wherein you can give or bring to the farmers the technical know-how, right? And they can gain their capital input through a sort of cooperative approach, right? These are some of the approaches that must be taken. It does not make sense to upgrade the herds if the farmers are not going to have the capital to expand their herd. Because the aim ought to be, like we say, food security based on national sustainability. We're not talking about it should not be one in which we are talking about importing food supplies. We're talking about national self-sufficiency. We must bring national self-sufficiency in food production to the highest possible level. That can only be done by the farmers gaining access to arable lands and to reasonable credit rates.
Yes, of course. Mr. Scarlett, what is your take on that?
Yes, I know Dr. Grant, and basically we have communicated in the past regarding, surrounding, land, arable land, and capital. And that's why it's so important, as I mentioned, in different agencies. So, for example, the National Irrigation Commission, we have to put in the term of infrastructure, the water. From Agro Investment Corporation, we also have to put in the level of marketing infrastructure where they can have some chill room, some storage, and proper access road and drainage into those areas. And I would say we have to continue to build the capacity building of these investors who are coming into the sector in terms of agriculture, in terms of the risk, and how can we mitigate against the risk and also the commitment, And of course the market has to be there. So I was in St. Thomas yesterday and I was speaking to some farmers and I said, listen, we have the market is there. You have to basically prepare yourself, and in terms of our production schedule, what we're going to basically produce between, because it's 2 major planting seasons, from October to December and from January to May. Those are two, we have to target those 2 planting seasons. And everyone that basically within the different production zones across the highland, we basically have to have some level of scheduling and how we're going to target and focus our effort in terms of getting this production. But by getting this production off, you need to have some level of storage where we can store these produce for a long period of time, because farmers, what they have in terms, when they reach now the shelf life is so short, so they just dispose quickly to the market. So we realize the cash flow quickly disappear and diminish with the farmers. We want them to have some long term in terms of sustainability of cash flow to maintain their production, and that's where some of the issues we have basically from our lesson learned, we have basically identified out there and how. So of course we need, let's say basically farmer needs financing, and again how do we approach the different financial institution, I know the Development Bank of Jamaica will get different funding and how they can basically get that into the agriculture sector. So Agro Investment Corporation, we have developed an MOU now to see how can we work closely with the Development Bank of Jamaica to get this funding to farmers, so farmers can better manage out there within the sector.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No. Desmond, with respect to water security, I would want to call it as Mr. Scarlett was sort of making reference to. We have done a poor job in terms of our collection and expansion of the water supply for agriculture. Right? In fact, we have damaged the irrigation system by using such irrigated lands for housing. Here I speak of at Bernard Lodge, Kemana, Spark, and Inwood. How can we put housing schemes on those lands? We will never be able to afford the rebuilding of such irrigation system. We need to be able to collect our water supply. We have seasons in which an enormous amount of rain falls, and then by you the same token, the next couple of weeks we are parching dry. That ought to be something that we need to take care of. Water security goes along with our agricultural pursuit.
Yes, sir.
They are one and the same, so to speak.
Yes, yes. I saw, as you touch on that, I saw where from the ministry, the minister himself, I think I saw this, where they are in the process of putting 500 acres of the farmer sugar land into production. Gentlemen, have you saw that?
No, I'm not aware.
Yes. So we are looking at land across the catching into Clarendon region. Like I mentioned, the background here, if you look over there in right in front of Hindu, the Bridgepen area, Amateur here, we are under the Southern Agriculture Project Development. We are building a large reservoir in terms of storage of water, where water can be distributed to farmers within that Bridgepen Amateur here. So you know that canal that comes in from the recovery will be channeling that water into a reservoir, and this can have treatment plant around that area in terms of what we're going to build out. So we can see what looking forward, the way forward. Once we get those infrastructure in, it can basically enhance the commercialization of agriculture within that zone, and that is what we want to build out across the St. Catherine Plain into Clarendon Plain, and see how we can studify. And of course, we have in the breadbasket here at St. Elizabeth, we are building out the SS Valley project there. So again, on the horizon, we are doing some work, but I know it takes time to really build out those levels of infrastructure.
Yes, and also, yes, Mr. Scott, also on the issue of marketing. That is the bane of agriculture over the years, right? The Agricultural Marketing Corporation and that fine structure they have out there on the Spanish Town Road, the AMC. It should be reimagined and be used to the benefit of the farmers in terms of their agricultural sales, right? That is what that thing was built for. And it has fallen on arid ground, not being properly utilized for the purpose of marketing farmers' products. That is one of the concepts that needs to be reverted, be put back on stream, right? On the question you made mention of the pond collection pond, water pond in Zudera. That is good. Those are the concepts. Those micro dams are necessary to be placed at critical points so the farmers are able to get water. So water is important. It's the bloodline of agriculture, right? So that is a good concept which must be expanded. And all these infrastructural things, it requires the government input. The government is the only body that can make the infrastructural input into agriculture because of the poverty strickness of our farmers. The 1 and 2 private sector people who are at the edge are sort of dilly-dallying, wanting to invest in agriculture, but the distributors would prefer imported stuff. That has got to stop if we are to take agriculture forward.
And Mr. Scarlett, the agro parks, how are they operating now? Are farmers? Are they fully utilized now? The agro parks?
Well, if we look at our general performance, we can see a number of the agro parks were over in terms of performance, over land use, over 80% in production. We know for the new forest, they are supplying the country 100% into 90% of the scale and time across the island. We say that they are highly productive in doing their watermelon and cantaloupe for the market. We see, you know, that in Yala, you know, that now is the onion season, so that park is fully is above 50% planted out with onion production. We also see in the Springfield, Clarendon region, you know, farmers have come in now and basically investors put in onion production, so we have over a good amount of onion in that area. And I can tell you from the St. Thomas solar planting ground region, they are supplying 80% of the cassava to the market. So, you know, and which is excellent and good. In the Ebony Park region in Clarendon, they are supplying over 40% of the sweet potato to the market. So they are doing, but I would say we can optimize more once we get proper more infrastructure into these areas, so that we storage areas. Right, so those are doing pretty well. If you look out in other production zone across there, like out in Lennox, Lolican, they are supplying a good amount of plantain and banana to the market. So again, we have areas that are doing pretty well. Spring Garden out there doing pretty well with the internal the banana and production. And over in Fenway, we have a new production zone. They are in the Irish potato. They are planting Irish potato, and it's looking very good for the season. So come the end, mid-March, when we start harvesting, you know, we're going to have some pretty good harvesting figures, yield figures from these areas.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, that sounds progressive. All the land in these parks, they're occupied by farmers.
Yes, we are over 95% in terms of what we have leased to these investors.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Okay. One point here. Given the seasonality of Jamaican agriculture, the technical input from RADA should be directed towards or be focused on how we deal with the seasonality of crop production in Jamaica. Just like you mentioned, the production of thyme and scallion and so forth, because we have gone too much in the glut and scarcity. It is the hallmark of our agriculture, which is not good, and it has kept or made a lot of farmers to become redundant, because there's so much losses that they have experienced, right? So the RADA needs to be taking up that sort of focus so that the farmers can produce the right crops at the right season. And in that sense, we need to relate the whole agricultural practice to the critical climate change that is taking place. Farmers must be made aware of climate change and its impact on agricultural production, right? That is an important concept for RADA to put towards or forward to the farmers.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes. But, gentlemen, where we are now, I would say that we are making some progress in maintaining our position so that at least we can feed ourselves. But and Mr. Scarlett spoke about this earlier on. Marketing. For example, I get your complaints from farmers about problems they are having selling their products to the hotel sector, right? And some farmers are saying they don't benefit from sales to the hotel sector. Mr. Scarlett, what do you know about the sale of farmers' products to the hoteliers?
Yes, so the farmers sell to the hotel. I don't know, we have a number of buyers within the marketplace, and we have a number of distributing companies like Glastonbury, who do very well in taking up these produce from farmers and then and then supply it to the hotel industry. And you also have person like the Galabs who are doing very well in taking up these produce from farmers and then sell back to the hotel. And also within RADA we have built out a software system known as Alex, where farmers can input their data, what they have into production, when that production is going to come into place, so they can link to the buyer. So we are building out that, and we have also farmer a market linkages committee between tourism and agriculture, where we meet every first Thursday of the month and discuss what we have in terms of production out there and what does the hotel need. So that level of communication and cooperation and collaboration is taking place between the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Tourism. So we are working in that area to really create the market linkage in that area.
Okay, well, what has happened here is that over the years, the tourist industry has been pretty hesitant in taking the farmers' produce. A major limiting factor is that of food safety, right, and quality. They claim that the farmers have not been producing products of quality, the size in terms of quantity and basically the safety of the products, right? We have to go to the point where they are producing safe food and the quality and size of products that the hotel requires. Right? The farmers will have to be given refresher courses in proper and safe food production, right? Based on the so-called HACCP system, right? That is very necessary and pertinent to the production of safe food products in Jamaica, whereby the hotel, they cannot use that as a deterrent to taking farmers' products, because the products will be produced in a very safe environment. Also, RADA and the other agricultural agencies need to move towards those concepts, the concept of food, of safe food and quality food.
Yes, our gentlemen, just hold it there for me. I'm going for a break. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast. At Cool Oasis Service Station, island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Digitize. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and fly, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, or tiles, incense and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. Telephone 93-4560. New Digitize. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Art.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5 or 50 sales event at Home and Things is here. here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5 off 50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
Yes, we are on food security, yes, and we are talking to Dr. George Grant and Mr. Owen Scarlett. Yeah, Dr. Grant, you were making a point about the farmers need some training as to what to take.
They need training, as I was saying, in the food safety production and processing, so that they can guarantee the better placement on the market of their products. And on the issue of climate change, farmers must now be more greatly introduced to the concept of smart agricultural practices.
Yes.
Right? For example, like the selection of strains and varieties of plants. And like we're saying, they're doing the genetic upgrading for animals. But also a major fallout is that of feed production.
Yes.
It is the most costly item in livestock production, feed supply. That needs to be given specialist attention so that we can produce better feeds at lesser cost by using local products, right? Incorporation of locally grown products like cassava and so forth, rather than this importation, which is at the root cause of the costliness of feed for poor countries like Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can recall that issue came up when I had a discussion with the people in the livestock. They talk about the product feed. The feed that is a critical area because we spend a lot of money importing feed right now, and as we know, like for example, when the war started between Russia and Ukraine, it had an impact on importation of feed into the country. So that is an area that needs to be attended to, Dr. Grant, as you say.
Yes, certainly.
Yes. And Dr. Grant, the whole issue of the acquisition of land or access to land, that is a problem in the agricultural sector. And I am wondering, with the government being the largest landowner, I don't think that should be a problem for our farmers at all.
It should never be. So I don't see why there is a hesitancy in giving the lands to the farmers on a lease basis for them to produce. If you look at whether it's in Clarendon, St. Catherine, in Manchester, Trelawney, the vast and Westmoreland, vast acreages of former cane land that are lying idle, growing and multiplying weeds. It's amazing. Why is the farmers not being occupation of those land, producing for the country?
Yes, that I sincerely believe so that we need to step up on that. And the other thing, gentlemen, is that I think that we, Jamaica, we can put ourselves in a position where agriculture become a major income earning industry. So I think we can exploit the export market for food.
Exactly.
Yes, right. We are doing some exports already, but I think that we can do better. What do you believe or think about that, Mr. Scarlett?
Yes, and I'm not glad for the point that I know the government is moving to what we call a whole of government in terms of our we report some of the problem that we have identified, and what are the strategies that basically we're going to use to solve some of these issues, and what are some of the target chains we're looking at. And what are some of the desired outcome. And we have mentioned it, and we know one strategy that we want to utilize around food and nutrition security, which is critical going forward. And we want a return in terms of market-driven agriculture. It's critical. We're going to lay on the table and what are the type of strategy. And again, how are we going to build or get the funding? Because the funding is critical, and that is why all of these activities we have to prioritize them. We can't just, so we're going to find extra activities. We are putting everything within a project package, or we want to build out. I know the ministry looking at a program, as a project to come up where they want to modernize some of these agriculture infrastructure. We're going to do it in a target way. For example, we mentioned seed. We basically rehabilitating the research station borders that they can do more in terms of quality seed. We are in some of our local sector. They can form strategic alliance with some of these overseas companies that seed companies that are doing seed, and how can we better utilize within the industry. If the price can be basically affordable to the farmer. I would say we are down with a number of the Sugarland Agro-Invest is moving forward to have a different MOU with the sugar company of Jamaica to see how we can strategically look at areas and make these land available to investors. But when we go into some of the areas and do our scoping and identify, first we realize that we need some level of infrastructure, like the water is critical, some level of packaging infrastructure is critical. Drainage and road is critical for these areas, and some level of power, energy, what is going to maintain the infrastructure. Once you have a pack, you want some level of lighting and so forth. So we are even looking at a strategy of renewable energy. So once we put up these marketing infrastructure, we're no longer looking at in terms of those depending on JPS energy, but we're trying to put some solar energy within. And I can tell Dr. Grant, you mentioned earlier about the MC. As I said, if you look at Agro-Invest, our hack was basically, updated in 2021 for us to be more market-driven and get more involved within the marketing of agriculture, produce and goods and what around the whole industry itself. So we are strategically planning from our board level and our CEO and our management team, how we're going to look at that to drive the industry. So there's a good amount of work to be done, and we are basically, looking forward to basically take on some of these parts.
Well, as I see it, there's no doubt that Jamaica can and must allow agriculture to be a major part of its engine of economic growth. We need to reimagine our production and export of crops like the spices. For example, it has been suggested that after 136 well-known recognized spices and medicinal plants, Jamaica has some 86 of that number. One would have thought it would be India, Pakistan, and Ceylon. And this is Jamaica, but we have not made use of it. We need to return to and examine the commodities. We were the leading countries in certain commodities. We're talking about coffee and so forth, what have you. We know we have lost the market, but we can still produce those crops in sort of novel amounts. And cocoa, we have lost track of those important crops, which had led Jamaica's agricultural performance worldwide. So why is it that we can't go back? We must take a look back and bring those production efforts to the fore. We need to do that. The land is there. That's what we keep on saying. So why not?
Yes. And also research, Dr. Grant. I also believe that we need to pay some more attention to research, developing our, for example, what is happening. That college in Portland, what is happening there? Is it being, that is our agricultural college? Is it being treated as such?
Well, in terms of the college of agriculture, I know that based on the strategy plan for the next 3 to 4 years, I know they are looking in terms of how they can build out in terms of genetic adjustment for some of the crops. Do some testing and do a wide range in terms of different environments where we can basically grow some of these. And they are also looking at terms of the ease of mechanization of some of these crops within the different sectors. We also have to look at in terms of mechanical harvesting, which is very critical because you want to have those high quality planting material coming out and also those high quality material for the consumer. And as we mentioned, Dr. Grant mentioned, in the past we used to have a number of botanical gardens that were basically developed, and we could basically do collect the research from those areas and then basically enhance. I will know in terms of time we have to review our strategy within the agricultural sector, as things keep evolving, as person will say, things change, so we have to basically change with time. I would say each role in terms of individual Dr. Grant with his knowledge over the years is very critical that it is passed on to the younger generation. So we don't let these knowledge become extinct, So I'm saying it's a work in progress, and how do we harness and put everybody together that we can put these knowledge into a soft copy and let everybody and see we can do some workshop and seminar and then basically because we need that. Because I need that type of input is needed.
It is heart-rending to know and recognize that over the years, research development in Jamaica has fallen flat. One would want to acknowledge the fact that once Jamaica was the leading developing countries in agricultural research. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
Right? And yet today, our research capacity is nil, almost nil, because the younger people who ought to have joined the ranks in agricultural research have run away because agriculture is not as fallen flat. And that's a bad point. Right? We need to without local adaptation and research. Agriculture cannot move forward. So we need to make a much more effort in advancing our agricultural research in terms of adaptation of new practices that are germane to our local climate and soil conditions. That has fallen flat.
And we are spending too much money, $1 billion and to import food, some of which we can produce more. We are not saying we can produce all of the food, but we can do much better to reduce that amount of money that we are spending on importing food. That is another sore point. Mr. Scarlett, I know that when you talk to the minister, that is something that must be on your agenda.
Yes, and yes, pretty much. I would say, we have identified, what are some of the critical success factors that we need to go forward. I will know we need, adequate budgetary allocation to really move forward. The availability of other resources to make it a success. And we have sit down with the minister and the permanent secretary and technicals in the ministry. We look at some of the internal and external constraints that we are basically facing. So we basically building out, and coming into our framework. We have a framework that we are basically testing. We have to keep on review and basically tweaking what we are basically doing, because everything is not in a straight line. As we know, that is why we do geometry, and we know things. We have some curves and we have some really ups and downs, some peak and trough. Is how we're going to basically deal with some of these situations. But as we know, agriculture no longer just primary agriculture. We have to do the value added, and the value added is where we basically going to basically make the money. Right. As we are currently working with USAID is doing a project in ginger and turmeric. We are now developing some clean seed material so we can get that out to the farmers. That is a big investment. So we're looking at different. We have to look at different scenarios. We're going to get things done across the country to even support the wider Caribbean region.
The issue of, or the concept of national sustainability in terms of food security should be foremost in the mind of the Jamaican people and in the government in particular, right? We don't have the land mass and so forth to talk about volume production, but we can select those crops that thrive well in Jamaica and go for it. The concept of sustainability is that we produce as much of our food supply as is possible, so that we can reduce our import of agricultural products. And in so doing, we will increase our saving on our foreign exchange. Right? We don't seem to understand that. That is how it happens. Right? We need to try and produce as much as a given crop that the country can sort of produce as is possible. Right? For example, even in sugar cane, we have dismantled the sugar industry. Why couldn't we have kept at least 2 factories that will produce the sugar we need, right? Making a variety of sugar products, right? Then it's not a matter of economy of scale, because all the land that are available will go towards these 2 factories, or 1 factory, a single factory. Why destroy the total thing? The whole entire industry is totally destroyed. What sort of move is that? Progressive move is that?
Yes. That is certainly a backward move. Certainly, Yes. Mr. Scarlett, what are your final observations?
Yes, the same is in terms of our final observation. As we know in life, they call theory of change. We have looked at what I've done across. Our culture is coming from our need to move to. I will tell you, we have looked at our agribusiness processing. As the minister has given us the charge going forward, we're going to go to the marketplace, because we have to bring in the investors, into the industry, and then build some level of commitment within, and we have that level of sustainability and that level of confidence, in how we basically want to dissect. As we know in the past, the preferential treatment for our sugar cane, that was basically for banana that went through the wind, So as we know, things have changed, and how we're going to look forward in terms that we're going to build. We know companies have been doing it over the years pretty well. The Grace Kennedy have been doing pretty well. We see Salada have been doing it pretty well. We see Walkers who have been doing it pretty well. We have Spurtree Spice who have come into the market and doing the agro processing, and they are doing it pretty well. So we know it's a collaboration between the public sector and the private sector, and how we basically going to work. And it can be done, but it needs everybody all on the table.
Okay. Dr. Grant, what?
Yes, for the advanced production and productivity, the government of the day must advance the concept of the agro-park, because it's a solid approach to agricultural development in poor developing countries like Jamaica. They are equivalent to the kibbutz in Israel. If one goes there, we see that type of system at work, where you can get farmers together easily. They are cooperating with each other. The economy of scale is sort of put into a proper perspective. What they supply, what they produce, the profit goes back into the system, their system. It's not that it is something that is taken off by some sort of body that is peeping around the corner and allowing the farmer to get nothing. So farming and farmers will continue to be made redundant in this country. So the agro-process, I see it as a tool in which can be used to advance the cause of agriculture in Jamaica, because the land is there. And if we sort of put parallel to that the production system in water harvesting, we will be able to advance and carry agriculture to the level that it needs to be carried to in this country.
Okay. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your time. Yes, Dr. Agricultural Scientist Dr. George Grant and Mr. Owen Scarlett, Acting CEO of the Agricultural Investment Corporation. Gentlemen, thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yes, that was food security. Yes, and you know, it's on Wednesdays we spend time looking at what must be done to improve our food security in the country. It is very important.
Mailbox off.
Very, very important. And, you know, as we said, we spend the time to see where we are. It is very critical for us to produce the food that we need. Very critical. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio. Yes.
To you I give all the glory. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Hear that? Beneath His wings of love abide, God will take care of you. test, God will take care of you. Lean everyone upon the Lord, and He will take care of you. Mercy, God will take care of you through every day. All the way, He will take care of you. God will take care of you. Lord of mercy, glory. No matter what sickness it may be, yeah. No matter what problems you going through, no matter how rough it may be, the Lord promises He will never take care of you. So God will take care of you. Mercy through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. He need His spirit of love abide. God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service station island-wide.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dressers and four-ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and walls, insets and roof. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 93-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said you fit stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5 or 50 sales event at Home and Things is here. here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5 off 50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Pay Spot 8 February 17th. Quick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
Drawing me, touch my heart, get guided by you, say right, on that bright day, oh, through the grace of God, I cast aside these fears I've known, and it's myself from the depth of deep despair. Oh, yeah. Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. But I might abide in faith and peace of mind. So I won't change, but to back home. Oh, right now, lead me, Heavenly Father, the promised land I stay. Guide my step, oh no. Please take my hand. Oh, right now. Where do we go from here? What makes it strong in me? Please show us the sign. We know you'll be there all time. So give us strength that we might find. Abide in faith and peace of mind. So we won't ask, where do we go from here? Darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find. Abide in faith and peace of the mind. So I won't change, I won't ever have to where do I go from? Oh, right now, lead me through the darkness and through each day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help storm, and it seems like forever, and you light of confusion has been so long. Your ship has lost anchor, and the storm that you drifted. Just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Ride out your storm. God is still with you. You may not feel it, but you're not alone. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Lord of mercy, just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Remember His promise.
Welcome back. We are going to be talking about some governance issues right now. Yes, lots of issues to be discussed. How the parliament is operating, integrity commission. We have with us well known, well, he is well known as an horse racing turf fight and as horse racing authority, but he's also a well-known public commentator, Dr. Paul Wright. Dr. Wright, good evening.
It has been always good to be with you and say hello to all the people on the radio.
Yes, sir. Dr. Wright, we have some issues in governance. For example, one of the things that I have been concerned about is that we have three arms of government in Jamaica. We have the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary. Here we are. The Prime Minister is in charge of the executive, and his wife is in charge of the parliament. Now, I find that to be very is unusual, and it is something that it is not good for the country.
That is also my belief. I really believe that it has two arms. But when you look at the judiciary, one of the appointments that have been made by this government against the wishes of the opposition is the appointment of the extension of the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes, sir.
Who, once this is gazetted, you can move her again until the next time her tenure is up, then you might have another tenure. So what we have is hoping and praying that the judiciary itself, that is the jurists themselves, remain hands off what is going on. But with 23 being in total control of not only one part of government, but one family, that can be good for us, because my impression of our democratic tradition is that the government is of the people and for the people. But what we have here now is a group of people who do what they like, when they like, no matter what the opposition says, and we have a lot of relevant bodies, I call them quasi-official bodies, that also protest what is going on. When you look at what is happening, the shifting of the office of the ombudsman into the integrity, the electoral commission, there are several people who have come out on record and said that is not a good idea. The opposition is against the idea, and I heard the leader of the opposition saying in Parliament that even though the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice has said that the members of the Electoral Commission don't have a problem with taking on that job, the leader of the opposition said he spoke to a member of the commission who said that that was not their understanding of what is now going to be shifted to them. His understanding was something completely different. And all the opposition and the other bodies are asking for is an opportunity to discuss what is happening. But what we have, it is a rush through Parliament. It's now going up to the Senate that is controlled by these same people who control two arms of government. And we the people are just meekly to say, yes, master, no, master. I don't believe that is good governance, and I believe it is festering a feeling among the people that something is wrong and it needs to be changed. And all we can do is vote. And if you keep putting off the election, the thing is going to get more and more bubbly and more upset. So, but we have an election coming up, and now we see the fighting starting again. We have viral videos going over. We have people coming out with two different stories. One man who drew a firearm said that he had to go to the doctor because he was injured, and the man who was, as we saw, being beaten, he had to go to the doctor. So you don't know really what is happening. But you know that the tension is building, and the people just want to be aware of what is going on and to have an input. And Desmond, we are not getting that. It is not of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Yes. No, but you know something else that I have been looking at for some time now. Okay. Now, do we realize that we talk about our democracy, and one of the strong points of this democracy is that yes, we have been able to change government since 1944 without any revolution, right? That has been a strong point. But the participation of the people, the only time the ordinary person in Jamaica participate in this democracy is on election time to cast a vote. Now, after an election, the people don't have any say in the real decision-making process. We need to make some changes there. For example, I am saying to people, now that parish councillors are getting paid, they must be held accountable, and they must discuss what goes on in Parliament must have the people's input. The people must communicate what they want and what they would like to see via their elected representatives, and that must go into the Parliament. That is not happening now.
It cannot happen now because the people who are appointed as ministers have a portfolio to run. None of them, probably two of them, live in the constituencies that they represent. So they have no feedback from the people except for an hour or two, 1 day a week, when you see them drive down there. And if they have overseas duties or urgent matters, state matters to deal with, they don't deal with that. And that cannot be a good thing. I've always maintained that the person who represents me must live in my constituency. You can't live on the top of a hill, and I live down in the ghetto, 15, 30 miles away, where you have no idea about the collection of garbage. You have no idea about the road that I have to go on, or what is happening to me when I turn off my lights at night, because you don't live where I live, so you don't feel what I feel. And that is one of the problems that we have. We have to have people who represent us living in the constituency that they represent us. And number two, and this is most importantly, the people who are given ministries to run must run ministries to run. Therefore, what I advocate and what I believe we should do is that we allow the people, the opposition who win their seat and the premier, sit down, nominate bilaterally somebody to take charge of minister and take them from private sector or anywhere in the public with expertise. You can't have a man in charge of a ministry and have absolutely no idea about it. You can't have a man in charge of security and whether adapt for 22 years. This thing can't work. You have to have people with expertise in the area that they are in ministerial charge in order to effectively do the job and have the people who you have voted in as representatives living in your constituency being a part of the day-to-day existence in your constituency. Therefore, you now have a voice in Parliament. Yes. What is wrong with that, man? Why you can't get to that stage?
Yes, that is where we want to go, Doc. That is where we want to go, because right now the system that we have, it is not serving the interests of the people. It is not, right? Certainly not. Look at the level, the last Transparency International. Look at, for example, the level of corruption. It is growing. And when we talk about corruption, we're talking about the impact it is having on public funds. I don't think enough of us Jamaicans take this corruption thing serious and know that what it is doing is eating away the funds that should provide health service, roads, security, etc., etc.
One of the things that the public has noticed, Desmond, is that when you hear people, whistleblowers, say that there is corruption here, the public realize that nothing happens. Those people are, they start an investigation, they have high-powered technical people, we call them lawyers, who go in and will keep postponing the case forever and ever until it comes off, it goes into 513. And so the people have become used to ideas or people who say that corruption is going on, but nothing happens. And these people either go away for a month or two and come right back. You can't have a minister who is supposed to be involved in some chicanery, and you have the boss come and say, just resign, and so we'll fix you up. No, that to me should suggest to the people that this is something is very wrong here. And what has happened, Desmond, is that of this people who are eligible to vote, 37% of them decide who will represent all of us. Yes. And those are my friends who tell me that they not vote because you're shopping black dog for monkey. I say to them, but what you have decided is somebody else who decide who represents you. That can't be right. Mm-hmm. So what we have to do, Desmond, is to educate the people and move out with flyers with that. Get everybody to vote. In some countries, in Australia, if you don't vote in, so you're struggling. Yes. You have to vote, That is the law. And that is what we want. That people are mandated to vote. You put in your team. You vote for that person lose, you still have up the one that wins. That is what we have to do in this country. But the powers that we don't want that because they are happy with the status quo. And that we the people have to get up and say no more. And I keep saying it, but I'm going to say it again. Paul Bogle, our national hero, got up one day and went to Stony Gut and say no more. And within 2 years, it was no more. He was executed, a lot of people died, but somebody got up and said, no man, this is wrong. And that DNA seemed to have seeped out of our people into the sea.
Yes, because, well, sir, I don't know what has happened to the DNA. I don't know. The attitude of the people has changed. And you touched a point a while ago where we have reached a point where we see nothing happen when something happens. So here it is that a particular minister is charged or is called out.
Yes.
And then, as we say, we see nothing happen. So the people...
Nothing happen. It just keep putting off and the man keep collecting pay.
Yes.
I can't understand the system.
Yes. The people believe, and there is a strong belief out there that a big man can't get into trouble. That is a very strong belief amongst the ordinary people. Nobody, a big man, For example, Doc, you know, people keep asking me, what happened to the case with the former Minister of Education? And I say, it is before, I said, it is before the court. They say, oh, it is before the court. Right? Because, you know, they believe that it is nothing that is going to be freed.
And that is the problem, you know. And what we see yesterday in the United States, there is a person in high office who say, I can shoot somebody on Main Street and nothing happened to me, and really believe it. And yesterday, in the United States, the Supreme Court of one of the states said, no, you must face the consequences of your action. You can't believe that because you are such a big person, you are so rich, or in such a high position that nothing can happen to you. And I am very unfortunately, I have to say, that is the belief in Jamaica. Yes. That if you are in a high position, or if you have plenty money, nothing can happen to you. No. And unless we get somebody to get up and say, no man, don't care who you are, you have to go to court and answer to what you have been alleged to have done.
Yes. That is something we need. They say we have it on paper that you know, every man is equal before the law, but in practice in Jamaica it is not so at all, and that is so true. That is something that we need to address. No, I heard the Prime Minister this evening. He was quoted as saying that the crime problem can topple this state, right? And you know, he was made some statement about that his government will have to deal with legislation in order to bring this situation under control. Now, the government is in office for 8 years now, or 7 years. And when you look at their performance with the handling of crime and violence in the country, I would have to give them a negative report, right?
Every time you ask any member of government about things that are not going right, you know what the mandatory answer is? Soon. And so fix it. And this has been going on for 7 years. We have the Prime Minister coming out, I think it was yesterday or the day before, praising people who say that you must not make promises on the platform that you know you cannot keep. And yet, he is the one who started all this foolishness about sleeping with the door open and a fixed election date and all this thing. And nothing like that was ever in the agenda, you know. Nothing like that was in the agenda, but it got people to come on board and then get into power and then just say, it's joking. And that cannot work. We have to be able to hold our people accountable to what they say. What you say on a platform is what is in your heart, what is in your mind. You cannot say something on a platform, and when you come out of the platform, it's a joke. It can't work. And once we start to hold people accountable and have them face the necessary authorities without fear or favor, then we're going to see a change. But until that time, Desmond, I think we just wring in our hands and stamping our feet.
And many of those 100 days promises that the Prime Minister made, it's not something that costs any money, you know. Because fixed election date don't cost any money. Right?
It means that he might lose power. Therefore, he's not going to do anything like that.
Because that is something we want to move out of the hand of the politician. The election date must be fixed. Because right now, they call election based upon their position, whether or not they can win. That is how election has been called in Jamaica. Right?
And when you call an election, here comes the goodies out, and every goodie that they bring out has attached to it that magic word, soon.
Look at the things that when you listen to the news for the last couple of days, what a lot of promises like. Have you heard the number of things that are going to be fixed?
Yes, and I start to give timeline now for November and June and July and all those timelines. And as you meet those timelines, you hear about we had rain 2 days ago, and you had some extra flooding. That is what you're going to hear. And it becomes a joke because we the people don't take this thing seriously and say to the powers that be, you cannot do that and escape. If you say something that you are going to do, you have to do it, and if you don't do it, you are not to go. So we're not going to do that.
Yes, certainly. And we definitely need the people, as you said, and I'm total agreement with that. The people more active to understand that, listen, we elect our politicians and we give them the power to run our affairs on our behalf, and therefore they must keep up, and they must honor their obligations. Right now,
that is all.
Yes.
And the one way to do that, I'm going to keep the peace with that one. The people who represent me must live in my constituency. Yes. He must feel what I feel when the garbage don't collect. He must feel what I feel when the patrol mash up the car front. He must feel what I feel when the people are broken into my house every night. Yes. He must feel those things. He can't live in another parish and represent me in my parish. Yes. We have to stop that.
Yes, of course. Yes. We must do those things. I want to thank you very much for your time. Yes. And to be continued.
Okay.
Yes, that was Dr. Paul Wright. We were talking about what needs to be done in order to make the country better for all of us. Yes. Right now there are so many things that are out, not working at all on our behalf. So many things, and we need to put things in place to address those things. Yes, sincerely hope that.
Leave a message as the inbox is full. Please try again.
Sincerely hope that we'll be able to address those issues. Let us go for a break. This is Radio.
Service station are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restaurants and the smoothest service, making your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and stuff fast. At Cool Oasis Service Station island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form line, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and roof. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools! The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5 off 50 sales event at Home and Things is here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5 off 50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Pay Spot 8 February 17th. Pick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to caymanasracing.com for details.
Come and me no one no botheration. Come me just a come and me no one no bother.
Yes, welcome again, welcome back. Yes, and we continue to get some discussion going with the councillors. Yes, tomorrow is nomination day. And we now going over to Portland. Councillor Roland, how are you?
Not too bad. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, sir. I know your hands are filled now for tomorrow is your nomination day.
Yes, our nomination day.
Right. So, what is happening on the ground?
Well, the people have decided their mind that they are going with us, members of the People's National Party.
Yes.
Because they are seeing the lack of vision. They are seeing the GLP policy of victimization, which we are thoroughly against.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, there are many things that we had. Some of them that they have started doing. Like, for instance, the highway from Kingston to Port Antonio. They have not... What the former Minister of Finance,
Mr. Shaw?
Mr. Shaw said was that it made no economic sense to do a highway from Kingston to Port Antonio.
Yes.
The highway would have opened a lot of land that is being unused now because of road to those lands. So he said it would have made no economic sense. So they are doing the road, yes, but they are not doing the highway. They have cut off the highway.
Mm.
So at least they are partially following that vision that we had of a good road from Kingston to highway.
Yeah.
And they are trying to claim it as their own, but it is not, because the money we had got that money from the Chinese government on a loan. The contract was signed and everything. The only thing that they have cut it down and they are not doing the highway again. Yeah. But they have nothing to do with that.
What about work on that road now to come? I know they have done. They are in St. Thomas, but how is the Portland side of the road work going?
Well, in St. Thomas, that's fully done. They have some really terrible road there in St. Thomas. I went up there the last week, Sunday to a funeral, and they had some road that you could hardly travel on. And Portland partially done, not all of it. Still a whole lot to be done, and even those that were done, some of those start to have ruts in them because it was not fully done. It's supposed to be at least 3 layers of asphalt, but only 1 layer, so it easily, little hard rain, and we have some potholes in some of them now.
Potholes already?
Yes, because it's only maybe a ½ inch of asphalt and some of the roads was not fully done. They still need to do at least 2 more layers.
Okay. So the road is not fully asphalted as yet, right?
No, not fully asphalted as yet. It's still an improvement on last year and the year before, but it's still not fully done.
Yes. Okay. And I know well the water situation. I know that there are areas in Portland, where the people still have water issues, right? And the internal roads, Councillor, for example, the internal roads in your division, what is the state of the internal roads in your division?
It is, some of them are terrible. There are one in particular that is impossible. That is the Clear Lane, commonly known as the Guinea Tree Lane. It was dug up because of the heavy rain that were falling. We have a special allocation here, named the Special Grant for Repair. That is the SGR. When a road or drain is damaged because of heavy rains or hurricane or earthquake, then you can call upon those funds. Every month, some of money set aside for that purpose.
Yes.
But there's a change to it now. That it has to be after the engineer has done their estimates, it has to be sent to Kingston for approval, and then
by the ministry.
Yes, and that is sheer madness. Because what you're saying to people is that the people pay land taxes there. That's where the money comes from. And what you're saying to those people is that, boy, you can't travel on your road, but you have to wait. And that allocation is not supposed to be a waiting money. It is almost an immediate money. The engineer for the parish, for the municipal corporation come, make the estimate, then you start to work. Because it's an emergency thing. And so you find out that the road has been damaged now, has become impossible, or barely possible. You can't get anything for it. And that is just sheer madness. I don't know why that change was made.
Okay.
Imagine you have damage in Portland, and it has to be recommended by outsiders who know nothing about it.
No. So the mayor should oppose that, man.
Yes, trying to, because how can that be? You have the Gully Road too in Snow Hill. You have the Lighthouse Road. I'm just talking Parish Council Road. You have the Neelasville Road that is almost becoming impossible now. You have the Summers Lane. You have the Cottage Lane. All of those lanes on Summers Lane Road.
Yes.
It's just sheer madness.
No.
Trust me, when I tell you, it's just heart-rending. Because people calling to you and there's nothing they can do. There's a road in Snow that what I have to be done. I've asked a contractor to help me. So he helped me with some mall. And then I have to go and get some cement and at least make the road a little bit better so at least people can drive on it. And I have to try and do the same thing for Clear Lane. It's just madness. I just cannot understand it.
Yes, no. And what about work? Any work has started that to repair that market that was in the Port Antonio market?
Well, I don't know. I see somebody running back here digging up the foundation. I heard that it has stopped. I went around there. We see a tractor and 2 men digging up a foundation. I heard that it has stopped. I didn't get to reach on here because I'm going to go there tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But it's not really the market. It's just behind the market that there was no building there. So what I heard is that maybe trying to do it to put up some tents and things like that, so people can maybe shelter under it. But I'm going to run here tomorrow see because I heard that it has stopped.
Yeah. So but at the municipal level, what's the discussion at council? What the council?
About the market?
Yes.
Well, we would raise it up as opposition members, but the members of the government, trying to do their best to protect and don't say anything.
Okay.
For example, really, when the verse 10, it was so full of money, people couldn't travel on it. So I had to raise some issues on it and send some little thing there, and we're not too bad now. But it's not like, that is what's about politics. That's a good part, because if it's your party, then you keep quiet when they are doing wrong. Which we as local councillors should not keep quiet, because we are supporting, we are protecting, and we are fighting for the people rights. So it shouldn't be about whichever party you are protecting that party not to look good. Fight and act.
But these are the people who vote for you.
Yes. And you must just fight, because the people are fighting for you, not protecting the government. And if they are doing the wrong thing, you must talk out. There are some mayors and councils in some corporation would have spoken out, but this mayor and his councils not saying a word.
Yeah. And Councillor Rowlands, the parish going forward, the parish councillors now will have to be more accountable, because remember, the councillors are being paid.
Yes.
And therefore, we expect better performance from the councillors going forward.
Yeah, definitely. Because when I just entered, they didn't get any payment.
Yeah.
Luckily at the time I was working with Life of Jamaica. But we didn't get any payment, but we went into it all our deals because we wanted the people to benefit. But what has happened over the years is that, for instance, this government has taken the garbage collection thing.
Yes.
They have centralized it. And it's just pure garbage happening in the town.
Oh, no.
All over. And there are some corporation that the mayors have led the way and in Kingston. I see them jump into it and trying to do something different from what NWA to make it place to collect it better. But there are some corporation that don't try, I think, just leave it there.
Yes.
And that council, the mayor, you have to be aggressive to try and get things done. You can't just sit down and just wait.
No, not at all. It should not be at all.
Just, man, it's heart-rending. And you see the country of the town sometimes.
Yes.
And people pay their taxes and, there's nothing can be done. I just have to go back to this point. How can you are taking money from the taxes, the land taxes that people pay, put it into an account every month that you get tax money, there's a certain percentage taken to protect the people when there's some emergencies. And this road has been damaged now since rain started to fall almost every day in Portland. 4, 5, 6 months now. I cannot get in that system.
No, that is unacceptable, man.
Yes, and it's not the officers' fault because they have done their part.
Yes.
And you imagine if we wait on outsiders now don't know anything what happened to the parish for approval.
Yes. No.
Terrible situation.
Terrible. It should not be so. Should not be so. You spoke about earlier on, you spoke about victimization. But at what level were you talking about? When you said,
at what level?
Yes, you said victimization. Is that the government in your parish? That
yes, even like even the Ministry of Health.
Yes.
I can tell you have to go through every political win before you can get a job there.
Yeah.
That's fully political.
And you have to be what? A member of the government, supporter of the government before you get a job.
Yes, before you can get a job there.
Yeah, and that is where the Portland.
The Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health.
Yes.
Ministry of Health.
Okay.
That's why I've always said that I'm glad that minister is Mr. Tufton is not Minister of Health is not my minister. Yeah. Because what I see happening there, it's just terrible. At the parish council level too, even the staff is concerned because years ago, when we were there, people come in, apply for a job, and based on what they have achieved, they get a job. There were some things that there are times too that we can make a recommendation on persons who maybe support us. Maybe we will do that. But even that time, we recommend people who don't support us either. And when there's an interview, and the person get the highest mark, regardless of their political affiliation, if any, they get that job. But now, there are times when the person get the highest mark, 70, 80, 90%, and the person get the lowest and very worst mark, get that job.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and to tell the truth, I sympathize with those people with a job. Some of them really need it, but it's just that the person that has marks to, they really need it to. And we should just be fair and do it the right way, like how we have always done.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, sometimes I like your friend to get it, but just be fair. All of us are Jamaicans. Yes. And we have to look on that first.
Okay. So that is not a good practice at all.
No, it's not a good practice. I did test it with every pore in my body.
Yes.
And I can say I have never ever practiced it.
Yes.
And I can say that boldly because nobody can ever, well, sometimes they accuse me, say I support JLP more. But it's not true. It's just that I just be fair to everyone.
Yes, and because you represent the people, it's not just PNP you represent.
Yes, and that's one thing I'm strong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm against it with every bone in my body. And there's nobody in this parish can truthfully say that I do otherwise.
Yes.
At least I'm thankful that when I pray that I get every minute. Mm-hmm. That I achieve everybody fairly. Because there's politics must do these things. And I'm strongly emotional about it.
Yes, sir.
I've seen people fired more than once because they suspect to be supporting the other party. You can't do that to people, man.
No.
After it works after you have started working, and they find out you just get fired.
No, sir, no.
We as Jamaicans, we as Jamaican politicians must try to come out of that sort of thing. And the division for the parish, we have started something. For instance, we have had sister set a twin relationship with Cuba, Canada, England, USA. This could mean meant a lot to the parish.
Yes.
But whenever did that change, no matter what try to appeal to the sitting council in control, all those things are just ignored.
Okay.
You know, you have Navy Island, you have Valley over, that they have plans on paper for it that could bring a boom to the parish, bring in visitors, create more jobs and business opportunities for people. But it's just not happening. It's just not happening.
Yes. I get so. Council, when you look at the situation now, I get the impression that the council. The council is not vibrant. It is not a very active parish council over in Portland.
Definitely.
Or is it that you have one side working and one side not working?
As I tell you, it's a serious lack of vision in the council here. For instance, even things like road maintenance, simple things like that you'd have each year, each council could get maybe 3 or 4 roads to do some repairs on. All that now has been cut out. Someone is not.
Why they cut out that?
I don't know. For instance, the superintendent would get certain money each month for himself, so he could do some roads, repair some roads. All that the superintendent doesn't get that again. That has been taken from him. So most of the location now is just to clean drains or to do bushing.
Yes.
There were times ago that someone would be allocated to maintain the town, keep it clean and pretty. All that has stopped now. Just the town, no, not vibrant. You're not fighting to make the town, the capital town, a better town, and the parish a better parish. It is just, we have a lot of tourist attraction in Portland,
Yes. Yes.
Natural, local. I believe we have the most natural tourist attraction in the island. Reach Falls, the Maroon, Nanny Falls, Rafts and the Rio Grande, the Buffalo Valley. It's all kind of about natural things, Blue Mountain, Peak. The certain classes of tourists would be loved to see things like that. But there's no drive to upgrade these places or to promote them. So they just, although they was vibrant one time, no, they are just going down. So the first time I'd have ship come here 3-4 times a week. All that now is, you have ship, cruise ship coming here maybe once every 3 months or once every 3 months.
Yeah.
No drive to really lift the parish.
And the facilities, the pier for the docking that needs upgrading too.
Yes, that can only hold smaller ships. For instance, you have the Kenrich here that can hold small ships. And the Marina that is really for yachts. But from 2003, there was plan to do to do the East Harbor, because years ago ship service could come in, park out there, and they would use a small boat on it and carry it towards. So they plan to do upgrade up there now, make it into put a marina there, but appear there, but every time it starts, there's a stop to it. And that was from 2003, about 2005.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a change. It stopped. It was brought up back, and then, it just not moving. Everything, those things take time. You have to do the estimates. You have to try and get that money, all kind of things. You have to do all kind of research to find out, what you must do here and there. So, it definitely is a new peer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we have to see what is going to happen in the future.
Yes, I have to work on certain things. I remember some time ago there was a boat, big boat, taking people from Jamaica to Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really successful because Americans would come, because they couldn't leave from America straight to Cuba. That is banned.
Yes.
But they would come and take the visit to Cuba.
Yes.
But all that has been put on hold. And it was very successful.
Yes. Well, tell you what, Councillor, I want to thank you very much.
Yes.
For participating and talking to us this evening, and wish you all the best tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much.
And peaceful elections. We want peaceful campaign and elections over there.
We have already, that is one I think important, that most time, all the time, it has been peaceful. I remember one time when there was a nomination day, some years ago, 2016 I think, but the MP that was running was a councillor.
Yeah.
And when the nomination day, I went over to them, to where they were at Followover. Yes, with my crew.
Yes.
And there was no problem.
Okay.
They were just really glad to see me.
Yes.
So I think that it should be. I don't see any reason for it not being peaceful. Even at the concert there, at the Port and Municipal Corporation, really was good friends. We could cuss in sometime the meeting, but we are good friends.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Roland, and as you know...
Yes, thank you very much. And all the best.
Let us say to be continued.
To be okay.
Yes, sir. It was Councillor Dexter Roland, yes. And telling us what is happening in Portland. Well, that's the end of our program for today. And want to thank all my guests, all my visitors, of course, all of my viewers and my listeners. Very grateful for your presence. And remember that you must keep safe, drive safely, and take care of yourself. Until Friday, special thanks to my technical operator. So, until then, stay tuned. Remember, you can listen to today's program on Rebel Radio and Google. I'm Desmond Richards. This is Rebel Radio.
service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. No paper, drive-through and buy your phone cards from coolest service stations. It's easy. No paper, quality fuel, lubricants from the fastest, coolest service station. The cleanest restrooms, quality fuels, lubricants and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the coolest service stations to make your drive and cool stuff fast. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Everybody sale at Digitize. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, dress and form line, water tanks, pumps, PVC and fittings, toilets, tubs, vanities and basins, windows, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets, and up to 12% off selected items. 95 Road, telephone 923-4560. Budget supplies, always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
The February 5-50 sales event at Home and Things is here. Take $5 off every $50 you spend. Save big on the brands you know and trust. From beautiful Spanish and Brazilian tiles to exquisite bathroom fixtures and faucets from Corona, Moen, and other top brands. Check out stylish doors, windows, paints, and home decor that inspire beauty and elegance. It's the February 5-50 sales event happening now. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road.
It's back. I Love February is bigger and better at Caymanas Park. Enjoy mandatory payouts and increased minimum guaranteed payouts all February long for live and simulcast racing. Strike 4 mandatory payout February 3rd. Catch 9 February 10th. Reggae 6 February 14th. Play Spot 8 February 17th. Quick 4 February 24th. Early Pick 5 February 25th. Plus even more for our simulcast players. Go to CaymanasRacing.com for details.